Hello, I hope you have a beautiful, nice day. And today we are going to code a little bit. First of all, last time, what happened? Let's start with a little flashback session. So we got some new brushes and set them up, and we were adding more and more features to make them easier and easier to use, and resorting our tile maps, starting to make a moving parallax effect for our background. And then we started to make some particle effects that we can apply to our game later, with now some fireflies that we can add, leaves that fall from the trees. These are not very big particle effects, but it adds up with a lot of the other particle effects that are also in the game. And the last thing that we did was we did set up some torches that we can now paint into our environment. We will light up the environment automatically, and then we will we will not have to add a light to those torches, because the light is automatically added, because it's a prefab and the light is in there. So, what are we going to do now? Let's take a look at our list here. So we have our list here. This is not the list that I'm looking for. This is a stream list that I created. Maybe do I want to talk about this? Not really. I could want to add a bot maybe for comments. Maybe try out a animated camera border. Download the bots to YouTube. Maybe, yeah, sometimes the playlist is lagging when starting. But I found out that it's simply when this processor is not having enough resources. So the solution to that is start the game and the IDE before I stream. Show last follower. Yeah, right now you see this current task here. The current task here in the stream. And this current task, it's nice to have, but I don't think it's that useful. It's the same thing as having this in the title. So I think that we can get rid of this current task here and show the last follower. Get a cooldown function for the be right back and starting soon, for example. Yeah, that would be nice. Also something to put myself under pressure. If you are streaming and put yourself under pressure, I have to start in 5 minutes because I have a countdown and it says 5 minutes, so I have to start in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's going to increase your time efficiency a little bit. At least have at least, I always say, it's good to have at least some pressure, especially if the pressure is coming from yourself and not outside sources. It's pressure is always good if we agree with the pressure is coming from the right cause. If you have a boss who pressures you to publish something what is not ready, then that's bad pressure, for example. We don't like this, and your body and mind will try to reject this. Something that we have to keep in mind. Sometimes we are also rejecting our own pressure. If we pressure ourselves too much, it will not work. So at least for me, everybody is different. Use auto refresh, yeah, okay. Spread it on social media, get game keys. Yes, in the end, after I got the patch out, I want to maybe spread some game keys. That last step is very far in the future, maybe in 3 weeks. So, first thing that we are going to do today is we are going to edit to try to find a bug first. We had a bug in the game when we are having this tile map here opened, and then try to play the game in maximized. Now let's see if this bug shows up immediately. The bug is that it then says it failed to load. See? Yeah, immediately we have this error here. This is only happening if we're maximizing the window here. And I know this seems to have something to do with this tree brush here, because it happened after I have imported the tree brush, and we haven't been able to find where this bug is coming from, because I've read through this stack trace. This stack trace looks very useless. Yeah, there's not much to read inside of here. Maybe it does say a little bit more in the log, but I don't think so. Say it enters updates scene, calls the mono function. Finalize play mode layout. I think this is the function that has no. This is the function that has the error maximize present. This is where the error seems to come from, and this is calling then check window consistency. Okay, this is what we have to look into. So yeah, there is a trace, but I don't know what it has to do with our brush. So yeah, can try to look into that later. And after that, we will edit one of the particles, just add a shadow to one of the leaves. Do with the Adobe, nothing special here. And then we will do bloom effects. So let's get started right away with finding this error. I have the IDE opened here, right here. I have opened. Sorry, I should practice speaking slowly. Okay. I actually did practice speaking slow yesterday. So I want to look into this function right here. Can I see the implementation of this function? I'm only inserting this so the IDE opens the right function. So this is the function that seems to have been called. No. Let's read the error again. Title failed to load. Invalid editor of type. Title failed to load. Okay. So this is the function that did not that had a problem. There was a window with the title and that failed to load. So this seems to be a null exception. It's because it says title, then it shows no title. Invalid editor window of type. Unity fallback. Wait. Unity fallback editor window. To load. So this is the object that failed to load. Okay. Interesting. So we have to find this function here. How do we do this? Search for window here. Do we ever use any of those two functions? No. Scriptable. This is a scriptable object. Inherits from scriptable object. So it is. So I can confirm it has to do something with our customized brushes. It most likely has to do something with our customized brushes. Git okay, now we have to find out what happened. Let's look, maybe GUI. There's a lot of functions that do things with the GUI. GUI. Sorry. However, this is all inside of this TreeBrush editor. Let's just straight up comment out the whole TreeBrush editor. So now it will be an empty class. Now this class exists and it should do nothing. This will make us practically lose all of our information on the brushes. If I go now into TreeBrush, oh, we still have our information. Interesting. But the other brushes work just fine. Interesting. Can I play now? No. Because I still have an error here. Okay, it did not compile yet. That's why we still have all this information here. But I expect all of this inside of the window to disappear now. No, did not disappear. Okay, let's try to play. Let's see what happens. Failed to load. Let's reset the layout. Now we should be able to play. Also, I have to test this with maximized. With something that is always resetting itself when I am trying this out. Yes. And now let's open the tile palette window, this one. And I'm really surprised that this is still not broken. But let's see what happens. I press play now. Okay, failed to load. Okay. Close this tab. Reset our layouts. Set this to maximized. It will work now until I open the tree palette, the timer palette again. Next test is, what if I just comment out all of this? The whole tree brush, I'm going to comment it out. Now I have to find where the class ends. I think it ends here. And that might have been too early. Now this should comment out correctly. Now we should lose all the fields and information in the tree brush. However, if you look at the top here, this is a safety copy of the project folder. So it doesn't matter that we will lose all our information that we have stored in the brushes now. You see now the brushes are empty. Let's press play and see what happens. And hopefully it will crash. Okay, it did crash. And I'm thankful for that, because that means it has nothing to do with code. It has nothing to do with the code inside of the classes. And this cuts it down. This cuts down the problem to what else could cause this behavior. Well, we are inheriting these classes a whole lot, and this could also cause an error. And I just have to learn how to do this right. Okay, so inside of the tree brush folder, I do have all these other brushes here. So let's do the following. Let's just put them into documents here, make a new folder, and name this brush copies. All right, I think it's copies. Copies. And let's put in all the brushes into this folder except for the tree brush. Then we and why are we going to do this? I want to make sure that this bug is not caused by the inheriting classes. Now
Phi is loss. Hey guys, circle too high.
Hi, what's up? Nice to see you around. I'm trying to find a bug right now. Because if I press play now, let's see if it crashes. It's the last bug with the tree brushes. Yeah, it's crashing all the time. And I really try hard to find this last bug. It's kind of annoying that there still is a bug, because this bug is not traced very well. It doesn't tell me what exactly happened. I just know one editor window failed to load, but I don't know which one. And since I customized an editor window, yeah, it's probably the tile palette, but I don't have any clue how this can happen. So now that I don't inherit the class anymore to a whole lot of different brushes, now it stopped to crash. So I found the bug. Okay, that actually was faster than I expected. So the problem here is, let's put in this brush, which has a really funny name, but actually it's truly a brush because I use this for brushes. Now that I put in this class here, it's not doing anything. It's just inheriting this tree brush. And let's see what happens. Now that I put in the brush, I think the first thing that happens is I lost all the information inside of here. This is why I made this a safety copy. And now if I press play, it should crash. Now I want this to crash. It would not be nice if this would not crash. Okay, it does not crash. That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Oh, I did not press maximize. So let's press maximize again and see if it crashes. Yeah, it crashed. Okay, that's fine. Reset again. And this can quite take a while. Okay, let's get the brush again out. And I will have to reset again. Sometimes it can really be tedious to find some of the bugs, especially in this kind of instance where you don't get a stack trace that tells you, hey, it's editor window XY, this brush, this line in your code. So I do have to guess and just try to somehow find the bug by try and error, which is not nice, but well, that's how it works. Okay, so now it doesn't crash. If I put in the brush again, it will crash. Let's do this again. This is often why you hear developers talking about, can you show me how to reproduce this bug? If you want to report something for your developers, and the developers don't have a clue how this bug happened, they often ask you, can you show me how to reproduce this brush, this bug? Sorry. And this case shows you why it can be sometimes really be hard. Now it didn't crash, even though I did the same thing again. So I'm not sure if this where the bug is coming from. This is really hard to tell now. This doesn't crash. Why does it not crash? It crashed before. Now it stopped crashing. So I have to reassess the situation until I am 100% sure that I found the right reason for the crash. Brush is also opened. Yeah. And especially if you don't have a log file or an error as a developer, often I just have to try to filter out as hard as I can where the bug can come from and just try to think as big as possible to if I don't know where the bug is coming from, I do not use one line of code that I just comment out. If I have no clue, just like right now, I just try to get rid of as many classes that as I can to rule out that it's coming from these classes. Now I put in the brush and it still doesn't crash. If I put in all these classes again, it should definitely crash now. Because I did not change anything. If it stops crashing right now, it is seriously worrying. Because this makes the bug then harder to reproduce. Okay, it did crash. That's nice. So I'm very positive that it has to do something with me having this brush, this custom brush, and inheriting it a lot. And if I put those back in here, I can do this all day now. It will stop crashing. So let's get rid of all these copies. It doesn't matter too much what's in there. It should still crash now. It's a little bit weird that it doesn't crash with the brush. Yeah, it's still crashing. Let's reset and look if it would still crash. Now this bug here, it wouldn't actually affect the game. The game is just fine. This is just a bug in the editor. Because this is a custom editor function. Okay, it stopped crashing. That's really bad for me. It's really bad because now it's harder to reproduce this error. What if I drag in this some of these brushes again? So I initially thought it would be just by inheriting the brush once, but now that I dragged in a second brush, now it's crashing. Let's reset and see if it still crashes. This behavior is really weird. And even though I want to reproduce the error, I cannot reproduce the error every time. So if it does not crash now, the problem is that I'm not sure. I have to maximize the window. If it does not crash now, I cannot be sure that I found the error. So I have to keep trying until I can really rule out the error is caused by the brushes. And now it stopped crashing. Really interesting. Huh. So now I have to think, what could we do? Every time that we import a brush, it's crashing again. And it crashed when we had all the brushes inside. So my initial thought was let's try this again, playing again. Maybe it will crash after the second time. No. What if we just put in some of the stuff here into the brushes? Just put in some random game objects. Still not crashing. This is kind of problematic. Now if I put in these two, should crash again. Let's try it out. Yep. That's really problematic. So I know it has something to do with these brushes. It's not just, just for an explanation, it's not just when I import them. I want to use all of these at once. And if I put them in, I cannot get them to run in maximized at all. And I need them I need to maximize the window in editor mode just to test how the game will look in its final state. You also have a better frame rate in the editor mode if you maximize the window. However, every time I start the game and maximize the window, it will the editor will say that one of its editor windows failed to load. I can reset it in the editor, but once I open these brushes, it will then crash. This is a little bit different from the behavior that we see right now. I'm not quite sure what is happening there. Let's get rid of the metadata. Maybe it has to do with something with the metadata. This should also reset the tree brush. So let's see if the tree brush now is broken. No, it did not reset. Let's see if we can play. I think we have to reload first. No. Reset the layout. Set this to maximized. And play. Can we play this? Yes, we should play. We should be able to play. Since I need to open the tile palette first. Okay, it works. It's weird. Let's just copy in one of these brushes here without the metadata and see if that fixes it. Okay, that's a crash. So deleting the metadata doesn't do anything. Okay, now let's put these back in this folder, which is outside of the project. So if we put these inside of here, the editor will not see these classes. Now these brushes are gone. If we reset now, we should be able to play. And if I drag in the brush, then it should cause an error. So maximized should be able to, it should work. And I'm going to repeat this and repeat this and repeat this a lot. This will quite take maybe half an hour until I'm really sure where the bug is coming from. And the main problem here is that every time I copy in the class, I have to wait a little bit here for the project to recompile. And this makes this process, which is quite easy, very long. Okay, so we can make sure every time that we import this brush that the game will crash then. So let's then keep trying to change this class. Now, as you can see, this class is empty. There's nothing inside of this class. Why? I just want to make a new brush and I don't want to override any function. So I'm just inheriting the tree brush. Let's see what this says. Namespace does not correspond to file location. It should be editor brushes. Let's maybe do that. This could actually fix this behavior. So let's after we did that, let's drag it out again and try this error one more time. And this time I'm kind of getting confident that this might be a fix. There's a high chance this time. I'm not sure if I would say it's 50-50. I would say it's maybe 30% that this will fix it. So hopefully, if we are lucky, we have now fixed this error and can go on with the real task for today, which is going to be bloom effects. Yeah, but as I said, having this kind of behavior in the game, we need to make our fix, and if we find a bug, we need to fix it immediately before we go on to other tasks that we actually want to do. But that's just how it works. Can't just ignore having bugs in the game and not fixing them. And every time that we work with that then and have an error and that will distract us from working, we lose time and time again. And in the end, this could make us lose more time than just fixing the bug. And in 90% of all cases that I experienced, it does. Okay. It looks like now I could load in the script and it did not crash. So let's go on and make this fix with all the brushes. So let's also do this with this empty brush and also make the same fix again. Save it up, put it inside of this folder here. And let's see if the game will crash. And there's still a legit chance that the game will still crash. The editor, sorry. To be correct, it is the editor that is crashing, not the game. The game itself, as I said, is not affected by this. This is just the editor. Okay, yeah, that's a fix. We fixed it. So I'm going to close this project here because this is just a copy project that I have put up just to this to do this test here. GG. Yeah, thank you. GG. We found it. Cool assets. Thank you. And unfortunately, I have to reload the project right now. So see, yeah, I have to reload the project right now. So yeah, it will take a while until I can show you the assets again. But that is what I have been working on for the last 2 weeks, just to make this assets look good. Normally, I am more into making the programming just being good, making good combat, making fun play and story. Okay, there's a lot of things that you can think about all day. And as a developer, you have an infinite amount of things that you can think about and improve, change things up. But yeah, thank you. Leak note. So I can actually show you some of the assets. You've done a good job then. Same here. I do full stack. Haha. Thank you for following. You do full stack? Ooh. Full stack developer, I guess. You do front end and back end. That's what Google tells me. Actually, should know this. Full stack developer. I did full stack for a website company. They were programming. They had a problem that would check every PHP class if there would be any hackable code lines inside of them. Was a really exciting job, and I also had to do the front end and the back end there with database and everything. Yeah, actually, it was not as hard as I thought it would. On the other side, it was very hard. Okay. Yeah. But what kind of assets do you do at full stack? And what kind of full stack do you have? Because the kind of assets you have should basically be very different from what I have. Yeah, basically, Photoshop, Audacity. Oh, you mean where do I have it? Audacity. This one. Yeah, I also use Audacity, and I do my voice recordings and the game sounds in Audacity. Game design, everything. Oh, you said Audacity twice, so yeah, Audacity, that's very important. Meaning I can make an entire game all by myself. But yeah, as you mentioned, the word is more popular in the web developer field. Full program. Yeah, Audacity is absolutely a really nice tool because it's free, just like Adobe should be, in my opinion, because Adobe is a very old program. Now they try to sell you their whole cloud solution and justify that they still take money for Adobe, but Adobe Photoshop at least, yeah, should actually be public property right now, in my opinion. Just like Windows, it's just too important to have this by private company, and they just milk the money out of the people. I guess we don't have a choice. That's how it works. Yeah, that's the whole range of now that's not the whole range of new assets that I have, but that is what I'm working on right now. I agree, and there's no alternative for Adobe programs since they are so powerful. I mean, we can pirate them. Haha. What's piracy? I've never heard of that. Let's talk about something else. um, yeah. So the same thing with Word. There's Office Libre, and Office Libre is also very powerful and has the same functions as Word, but those two don't work that good together. And this is why in the end you have to get Word and Excel and pay Microsoft some money for their 30 years old program. Very nice. Now, okay, Word and Excel, they are 25 years old programs, but as I said, it's how you milk the society, get your money, get your company very rich, and um, basically you just need 10 developers for Word. I don't think they have more than 10 developers that work at the Word functionalities, because yeah, it's pretty much finished just as Adobe. Actually, Adobe 35 years ago or 40 years ago was looking very similar to what we have today. And I was very surprised to have these old Mac versions of Adobe, to see them, how many functions they had. They had the all the matrices, the stems, everything that we are used to have nowadays. They only had a very old GUI, GUI. Okay, but I should get going. So where was I? I was trying to edit these brushes, and the fix that we found here is this window. In this window, you want to open all the brushes and make them that they use the editor namespace. And that's basically the fix. So I'm waiting for the IDE to finish loading right now, because then I can just right click it and it will automatically fill the things out that I need. Yeah, maybe I did copy paste it. Yeah, I still have it in the Oh, that's a lot of code. Yeah, and it's a really nice code. So what I did here is I'm inheriting this tree brush. This tree brush is my customized brush. It's script. They give you an example from Unity, and then it is called Game Object Brush. Do you work with Unity, by the way, or what kind of full stack development do you do? In which kind of environment? I can just say this is the brush that I'm actually using. And then I wanted to just have the option here inside of this editor window to select different brushes with different game objects. And to do this, I have to copy the brush every time. So I have all these brushes here. Brush, vegetation long, short. This is why there's not any code inside of here, because I just want to copy this brush, inherit it, and yeah, basically I'm done. I'm not sure if there's maybe a better way to do this. If I could maybe. No, I don't know how to do this differently. Maybe you could copy this and I think this will just cause an error. Now it's still loading, so won't show me any errors. I still have to wait for my IDE to finish loading before I can judge that. Yeah, I worked with Unity and I've worked in VS and Rider as well. Okay, so I cannot just copy this. Yeah, okay, this was a stupid idea. I knew this would not work, but yeah. Anyway, I know a really good way to copy the brush. With these brushes, I just want to inherit my tree brush. Actually, I should rename this to another kind of brush, but then my settings here for the tree brush will disappear, which is actually not that bad. Yeah, it's not good code actually. So what would be a better name for a brush? Custom brush. No, that's too generic. Random game object brush. Yeah, that's a very descriptive name. And then I will make another brush that is named tree brush. Okay. And yeah, what I did here with this script here, I've edited these brushes so that I can just paint in some trees. Now, the editor has some problem here. Looks like all the classes that inherited from the tree brush did not update. Is it correct? No, it's not. Actually, they did update then to the correct names. So what's the problem then? Okay, Unity is now loading. That could work, yeah. So with these brushes, oh no, brush did reset itself. So I think I will have to reset all my brushes, but at least I have set them up so I can just drag in some game objects here, and then I can randomly just paint with this brush. So this will now pick a random game object. It's not a tile, it's a game object. And for example, if I have a torch, the light will be attached to the torch. And show you right here. I also did these torches here with this brush. And the lightning or the particle systems that you have attached to it, they will automatically be coming with a prefab that you just put in there. You can just draw that into the tile set without having to set up anything. And this is just what I am working on. I've worked on this for maybe 2 days now. And yeah, now I have to reset the brushes, unfortunately. So I will have to drag in all the I'm using URP, that's correct. I have used HDRP in another project, but this project here is using URP. Not too sure what to think about that. Now I can't switch again to HDRP because then I will have the issue that everything will look pink and I have to re-import every material. But I had the feeling that HDRP is generally looking a little bit better, but it's using more resources. But take this with a grain of salt. This was just my first impression. Could be totally wrong with that. So because basically you need URP no matter what you do. When you want to make something look really, really good. I think I need it with the for the lightning system, for example. I think the lightning system needs to have the universal rendering pipeline. HDRP is much better in terms of graphics, but also extremely heavy and doesn't support mobile platform. Okay, yeah. Okay, then it's actually very bad for me because I'm thinking about exporting this to Android and iOS. Just because you can get a lot of users on Android and iOS. I'm not sure about iOS because working with Apple, I only heard that it's very tedious to just export to their store. That you have a lot of barriers to get inside, and it's very you first have to pay, and then they have a lot of barriers that just are a little bit tedious to get around, to learn the pipeline, how to push your updates into the Apple store. And in the end, they said it was just stressful. So yeah, I'm a little bit hesitant, and I heard that multiple times from other game developers. So I'm really not looking forward to working with Apple anytime soon. So the random game object brush, yes. And we need the tree brush. So how do I do this? I'm just going to, if I not want to make a new brush, copying the old brush, and now I call this tree brush. And just by changing the name, I will get the I will get the brush that I want. Now this is still named brush. Need to rename it. Tree brush. And the rest will be just tedious work now to clear out the namespaces. So yeah, it's going to take a while. Okay, let's go. Need to open all of these scripts here. Can I maybe just put them in? Yes, URP is maybe I should check them in first. Wait until they load, and then I will read your message. Yes, URP is supported in iOS, Android, and WebGL. Yeah, WebGL is also very powerful. It's also better to use URP when making 2D games in general. I also have, I don't know this, but I have read about the HDRP that you because the setup process and the workflow is so taking so much time that you should generally not use the HDRP at all as a single developer. That you should always have a team of at least 5 people. Now, it's a little bit of a it's really a hard thing to say. You need at least 5 people in your project if you want to use this pipeline. But when I did set up HDRP, it took me really a whole day. So yeah, maybe there's some truth behind that. On the other side, when I was importing URP for the first time, I didn't have any clue what I was doing with these pipelines. I also took my sweet time there. Unfortunately, Wider is closing my tabs here. I drag into many. That's a little bit annoying. So just have to remember I was with the mineral red brush. And when I've cleaned this up, this should be finished in 1 minute, I guess. I can show how I did set up the brushes, because I have to re-import all the game objects again. And this is actually also I'm not sure if this is the first time that I'm using something to edit the editor, but it kind of feels very, very powerful to make your own editor functions. I think this is the second time that I do something really with the editor. Makes you feel a little bit proud, like you're not making your game anymore, you're making your own editor functions. I should also be careful not to get carried away right now. So, yep. So they are all in the right namespace now. This one isn't. Also makes me think if I want maybe to one day publish one of these functions, maybe in the asset store. I want to publish the whole game later on GitHub. I have that on my to-do list. But yeah, why not try to make some money? Even though I'm not sure if that's even allowed to sell something that is actually free. But I would make them more generic if I would sell some functions in the asset store. So I guess that's fair. Okay, now I've cleaned up all the classes. Let's see if I can now play the game in maximized again. And then I will set up the brushes again. So reset all the layouts. Put this to maximized and pray to the algorithm gods. Please, please make this work. Please. And it crashed. Damn it. Okay, I must have forgotten something. So, god damn it. It was such a nice try. Hmm. So I'm going through all the classes and see if I did maybe forget one. Such a classic game dev moment, yes. Classic. Now I'm not sure if I should try to reopen the game. Oh, this one still is not in the right namespace. So I did forget one. Even though this is the example that they came from, and this is what the example was provided by Unity. So if Unity did forget to put the right namespace inside of the inside of their example, it would really be annoying. Wouldn't surprise me though. Okay, reset. Open the tile palette. This to maximized. And now this should 100% work. And if I say 100%, it's always going to work. Except if it doesn't. So far, so yeah. So what now? I can also check if the inheritance is correct every time. Now, so far I didn't find any bug. So I'm looking if this, if I maybe forgot to change the name here. Could be that I used one name twice. So this has to be dark, 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 dark. Now it should be dark faded. Box dark, wash faded. Okay, there's a faded in there. Gray, 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 gray. Now it should be gray faded. Yep, that's true. Sticks is correct. Notches is correct. Tree, 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 tree. Vegetation, vegetation, vegetation. Vegetation, vegetation. Yo, okay, we don't have any name 2 times in a row. So I can reset this one more time. See if it works. See if it works. It shouldn't work. No, it doesn't work. Okay. Let's reopen the project because this was supposed to fix this, and for some reason the project disappeared. That's weird. It also said 28 minutes ago. So that's kind of scary. Did I work in the right project? So it might be that there was some kind of function crashing during the process. But that's really a wild guess. That's really a wild guess. I take that back. I don't think that is what happened. Also should go ahead and open this right after we open the project one time, because I think we will have to work with the brush test class again. And there's not really a reason for that. Okay, let's go ahead and test this. It crashed. crashed so hard it got removed from the hub. Yay! I mean, yeah, as I always say, programming, it's full of surprises. You always get some new joke that the programs are trying to play on you, and that's why we coders would not like coding so much if these crashes would not occur. The crashes are actually the feature. So I did all these safety tests just to fail in the end. That's kind of embarrassing. So I need to open this project right here. Damn it! And I thought I would finally get to the part where I could draw a little bit. After that, I'm going to draw and just make bloom effects. That's the original plan for today. It happens. And usually when I'm drawing and not doing hard coding, I also play some music. But during the coding, often I need to have my focus. And even though right now there's a lot of loading times, I just generally feel like without music, the silence make me think a little bit better. So here's the test project. And this one works for some really weird reason. Or does it? Yes, it works. This one works. It has 3 brushes. Let's open them in a new window and see if I maybe did something different. So let's check the namespace, for example. It's not. It's taking its sweet time right now. So the IDE has to boot up. Come on. Yes. So it's it did put the brushes into the namespace editor brushes. I think that's the same namespace as here. Namespace as here. And it is. It is the same namespace. So we can rule that out. The real question is, why is this not crashing at all? It just should totally crash. This is basically just a copy of the game. So I don't really have an explanation for this right now. I can normally use this brush, I guess. Let me try. Yeah, it's still working just normally, just fine. Using the brush shouldn't change anything. So let's copy and paste all the brushes in from this project. Without the metadata. And don't overwrite anything. So I'm selecting, I'm just putting in everything here. Don't overwrite anything. We want to keep the old brushes. Let's go ahead and see if the safety copy is still crashing. Is now crashing. It should crash now. It would be weird if it would not crash now. So it does crash. And I have no idea why. Okay, we're back at the start. I think and these were the brushes that we had at the start. Now if I reset the window, it should not crash. Let's see if that's still true. So reset all layouts. Put this to maximized. We can play this normally, but not being able to play maximized is just too annoying if we want to go on with developing. As I said, this is going to cost a lot of time if we ignore this error. And it works, and it works. What is going on here? How can it work with these 3 classes? But if I put in more classes, which are essentially the same structure as these ones. Oh, there's a difference. I forgot about that. The other classes should not work because I inherited a different class name. Game dev moment. Actually, this is just a test. Is it really true that the game crashes under the same circumstances? We have inserted the same code. Sorry, we fooled you. This is not true. This actually is just a video, and we edited it. So let's copy in all the brushes here. Oh, they don't have their namespaces corrected, so this is going to be annoying again. I have to go through all of these brushes first and correct their namespace. So how do I do this? At best. Oh, did I just delete the tree brush? Yes, I did. Whoopsie, can I reverse that? Yes, I can. So let's put them all inside of here. Now I can just go through every brush and edit its namespace. And then it should crash. That's what that's at least the assessment that I'm making here. Now, I still have to learn that I need to copy them from the right folder though. Now I also have to open the right IDE. which is not responding. Okay, now it's working. Okay. I feel like I'm degenerating a little bit. Like every time I try to fix this bug, I'm getting worse and worse with my assessments. So why am I even trying this if this is supposed to crash? The only other thing that we changed in the project, except for the namespace of the class here, was that we edited the tree brush. Now, it doesn't make any sense for all the brushes to suddenly crash because we edited their parent class. But this is the only thing that we changed that could, yeah, and that's the only thing that's different. So this is where we look for the error. It's not even logical that it did happen, but it did, and this is how we need to look at the problem right now. And it's also weird that it's totally working with 3 brushes, but if I put in these 20 brushes or so, it does crash. So it could be that there's just a limit of how many times you can inherit your brush, which would be weird. And I really hope that this is not the case. So 1 hour and 30 minutes have passed, I think. Yeah. So I'm working on this bug way longer than I thought. On the other side, fixing this error alone can take up to 4 hours. What is going on? Now it did not crash. Now I have all my brushes inside and it does not crash. That is weird. Let's see if this is... oh no, I haven't opened the tile palette. So now it should crash. Okay, it crashed. Good. So we are still in the dark what is causing this error. It has to do something with how we inherit these classes. It's like, yeah, it's just more brushes. If I inherit this brush with more classes, it fails to load. Let's read the stack trace again if something changed with the stack trace. So I think it's this window layout check. Yeah, so the window layout check. We've looked into this class here, and this is checking if the window that it is loading is null. So since I don't have any clue what is happening, I'm going ahead and try to use the stack trace a little bit more. to understand what is actually happening here. So what is happening is that it's trying to finalize the play mode layout. And then it calls maximize present. And this is where the error happens, and the Unity editor window is going to be in this parameter right here. So let's take a look at this function right here. That's weird. Okay, I can't find the function. Let's look at this finalize layout. I've already looked at this function and it didn't tell me anything except it checks if the object that is given to this is null, and then it's going to throw this error. It is keeping us from playing. Okay, we can at least go to this function right here and see what it does. So let's look at the functions. Finalize layout, play mode layout. So if the play mode view is not null, so there's a play mode view, it's going to call maximize present and give it the play mode view. Doesn't tell me a lot right now. So let's try to keep on track of this error. What's going to happen next? So then it's going to say, put this editor window in here, set freeze display, focus it, and check window consistency. And I think that's where the error is thrown then. Yeah, then check window consistency. Here, this line is going to be called, and this is going to call an error because this window is not actually containing anything. Then it will say editor window get type. So what's the title? Unity error fallback editor window. Title failed to load. So let's look what is this fallback editor window and why can it fail to load? So they tell us we should just revert to factory settings. That's what we actually did to try to find this error. But when we open the tile palette, then the error will appear again. So that's not a fix for us. This guy says set the layout to something custom. So default, put this to default. Tile palette in. Let's also reset it. And play. Or you still have to get rid of this line that I just put in here to make my IDE find this Unity function. Oh, this function of Unity, it's not a Unity function. But they came to maximized. Now this layout was not set to default. Now let's yeah, that would have been a weird fix, but it was worth a shot. So this fix here doesn't work. He's resetting the layout at the top right to whatever custom layout or you've made, or a default layout. But it shouldn't say layout. So we put this to default, and that did nothing. Here you can reset all layouts. It will still be default. Tile map, a tile palette, and it will crash. So let's keep reading. I didn't want to delete the layers and found out another solution. And this crashed again. It worked for me by closing the scene window. Just right click the scene tab and click the close tab and reopen it again. Window general scene. This won't work for us, I think. This is another stupid error and shouldn't even exist. Unity seems to want you to pick an existing saved layout, either to a factory preset or one you've saved. Okay, let's stop reading that. I think that's not helpful. I think I've read this comment also in the Unity forums one time when I was searching for this error. Here's a YouTube video with the fix, but there's a very popular video that yeah, this one. This is also just resetting two factory settings, and we can't have it. That's not working. So, we still are in the dark after an hour of trying. Doesn't mean that we can give up. So we found out the only information that we did get is that this error is occurring less likely if we change things with the inheritance. That's the only thing that we have. So if I now pick all these brushes and only have these brushes left, drag them in there, reset, and then it should work again, because this was what we were testing with. If it now doesn't work, it would be weird. I would not be surprised, to be honest. Because this error has proven to be very inconsistent so far. Okay, it works. So, yes, as I said, this is very weird how inconsistent this error is. So very hard to reproduce. We know if we drag these files in here, it will crash. So let's see if there's a cap or if there's a specific script. Now they are all the same essentially for everything but their names. But maybe, just maybe, I made a mistake with one of the names and forgot something, even though I checked it 2 times now. Still possible. Still more in the realm of possibility than everything else. So let's copy in the first 20 until the white brush. Yeah. And then after that, we will try it with the last 22 elements in here. Let's see if it now crashes. And I did make a mistake when testing this. I did not open the tile palette, which means the test that I just did was not valid. Okay, it crashed. Let's put back these scripts. Reset and test it. Can also close this project right here because this is only going to drag some resources. Closing it won't make this loading here much faster, but it will make it a little bit faster, maybe 5% or so. And this time we can spend on solving this problem. Okay, let's go ahead and test this again and again. Now we have 3 brushes, and when we were opening this project, it was working. And it is working again. It's really weird. I have to say, this is really, really weird how this can work now. Now if you drag in the last 22 of these brushes, let's see what happens now. Now it crashes. So it seems that it is the number of brushes that we have. It is going to crash the editor. That's really bad. Let's see if this is true by doing this. And now let's drag in only one more. Only one more. So let's test this with 4. I actually expect this to crash. I think I have overlooked something. That would be nice. Aside from that, I have no idea right now. I'm generally just guessing. So that's also very bad that I'm just guessing right now. I need to make more assessments. So after this test, let's first look what this test does, and then make an assessment. Does not crash. Okay, then the assessment is that it is the number of brushes that I put in here. That's really unfortunate. Aside from the number of brushes, really no idea what could cause this. It still doesn't make much sense that this is related to the number of brushes. And if it is, it's really a problem because it means that all the work that I did on these brushes is not valid anymore. I need to find another way to get more brushes inside of here. Now it crashed. I got a weird idea. Maybe it's the number of characters in each class. It's making them crash. So now we have 6 classes. I still don't know if it's specific classes that are going to crash the editor, or if it's just the number of classes. So I think this is the next generic thing that I can look for. Okay, it works with 6 classes. So what seems to be the longest class here? I think this one, mixed color brush. This is the longest name. Let's put it in. We have 8 classes. and it crashed. It crashed specifically with this class here. Put this class out and it will not crash. So it's really weird that this might be related to the number of jars in the class. It's still a wild guess. I'm not going to commit to saying that's the error. It might be just randomly something that is improving this behavior. Just when I said, okay, it seems to be the namespace. So can we still play it in maximized when we are not using this class? Okay, now let's put in another class. So it would really be weird if we could only use 6 classes and it would crash at 7 because there's not a lot happening at 6 and 7 in the binary system. It's 2, 4, 8. So this would really be weird if it is related to the number of classes that we drag in there. Let's see. Let's put in this class here. It has a shorter name. Still the longest of all of these. And try to test. If it works now, it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't work now. So let's rename this. This is the class with the longest name. So let's just shorten the name here. Look if it's some kind of weird typing error. And name this gray brush. Maybe it doesn't like that I have two spaces in the default name. I don't know. I don't know what the error is exactly. But maybe if we can make this script work, if we can make this work with this script together, then we can say for sure if it is related to the number of scripts or to something specifically inside of these scripts. Okay, still crashes. So renaming this. Oh, there's still an error here. I think in Unity this did not change its name. Yes, we need to change the name also here instead of the editor. To have the name gray brush. Gray brush. If the error happens now. It didn't. Wow. It's really related to the name of the class. So this is the worst kind of error that you can have, because finding this kind of error is always going to be very hard. It's just the name of the classes. It seems to it either is a char limit, so this cannot have too many characters. So characters are letters. If you have you have a lot of letters, you get a word. Yes, okay. Think everybody knows that. And we call in programming we call the letters chars. One char is a character, and they make a word. And it seems that the error inside of here is related to the number of characters inside of the script. I'm still not convinced that this is really the error. There's still a chance that I'm wrong. So I'm going to still test this now with the next brush here. Call this R gray F brush. Open it. And get rid of all these spaces here. Make the name. I'm just making the name shorter. That's all the changes that I do. And if this works now, it would be kind of weird. It crashes. What? So this is no. Let's get rid of two of the brushes. No, we can't get rid of these brushes that come with the package. Unfortunately. Can we? No, I think this package here is read-only. Into the extras, we have these brush examples. And this group brush, for example, I'm not going to use this. Let's, I cannot delete it because the selection of package is read-only. Yeah, I think deleting this is not a good idea, because every time we would update the 2D extras, we could accidentally mess up with this brush here, so that's not a good solution. Let's go ahead and go to the package manager and look it up. 2D extras. I just want to make sure that I have all the updates. So another idea that I have right now, that it is the total amount of characters inside of the brushes. So if I would now not call them brushes anymore, just say tree, brush, empty, leaf, everything else, that this would work. And this would all still be very, very tedious. Because this was just name, we have to give them short names. We cannot give them good names though. So this bug gets weirder and weirder, to be honest. I think the best thing would be to reset. And try to find another way to make multiple brushes instead of making a lot of classes. On the flip side, I think this is the best solution. Okay, now Unity is taking a long time to fetch all these packages. I'm going to make the next test. And this test will be different. I'm going to put all these brushes again inside of here and recompile. We set this. And test again if we now can play. We can, it works. Did the package manager finish? Yes. So if I go into 2D extras, there's nothing else in here. And it is up to date. So we have the latest patch of Unity, of the editor, and the latest patch of the game, the package for the brushes. Now the next test is if this is related to the amount of characters that we put in here, which is one of the weirdest thing that I've ever seen in Unity. Let's call this wash with a really long name is going to crash the game. Wash. I think that's a really nice name for this wash. I think it's still not enough characters. But let's just see what happens. It failed to load. So how many characters can we put in here? 9? I don't know. We had 6 classes and each one had about had a brush and its surname. So 6 times 5, 30. I think we have 50 characters at max. And if we are more than 50 characters, it's going to crash the game. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45. Together with the other brush, that's 53 characters. Let's rename this to have a shorter name. Just to going. And if this works now, it's confirmed that it actually has to do with the amount of characters that we put in there. And yeah, I would not be surprised if it crashes now. I really hope that this is not the case, because this is really weird. I haven't encountered such a type of error for a long time. There's still a compiler error. Yeah, we have to rename the class. We have to rename the class too. Now it should work. No, it doesn't. What? Duplicate? Yeah, this has to be named editor. But I can say it seems that everything that I've learned so far in computer science and just from experience doesn't help me here. This seems to be a really random bug. I have to reset the layout first, because once you get this error, it will come up again and again. And there we go, it works. I'm not convinced that this is really true. If this is really the character limit, I've never encountered something like this in Unity. Just okay, I'm going to repeat myself too much right now. So let's try to repeat this error. Going to crash the game. Now if I rename it to a longer name again, and it is crashing, then we know that it seems to be a character limit. And now it works. What? Oh, I did not name this. Last time I named this, it's going to crash the game brush. So it seems to be the 5 last characters. Hmm. Now it should crash. Okay, now it crashes. And I calculate before, it seems to be at 50 characters total. And together with the tree brush, we have more than 50 characters. And when I added these 5 characters, crashed. Okay. Okay. So the next test that we can make is it related to the class name here or to the default name here inside of this parameters? Because then it can be that we can just put in less characters in here and this will magically fix it. I'm really not happy about this. Because this is really something that somebody messed up. It looks like it. Like somebody messed up these functions. So let's rename this and just make the test. Just rename this class and see what happens. So this is how can this happen? This is a really rare case where it seems some function allocates a certain memory space for character limits, and it is going to assume just that you don't use more than 50 characters. And if you use more, then it's going to crash just because somebody typed in there, okay, just make enough memory space for 50 characters. That's like as simply as that. It could be default because I think these characters are going to be added to these characters. which limits the total characters that we have left, and it's still going to make this much more tedious. Okay. So changing the class name. Oh, I'm sorry. Still too early to make a call. To put this to maximized. Okay, it crashes. Change this class, the second inherited class. See what happens now. It should also crash. Wait, what? How does this even work? Okay, I think it didn't compile correctly because it should have told me that the class name is not the same as the class name in the script. Yeah, which means that we still have to waste more time on testing this out. Okay. Now this means I did not really find what kind of function here is limited. I just want to see what happens if I don't inherit the custom editor function. If it's going to work then. Because it could also be caused by inheriting it wrong. And we still have this brush here, and let's see if it still works correctly. If I put in some game objects here, let's put in just something. So let's just put in some random objects inside of this field and see if we can draw them. Oh, something weird happened. I don't have an active tile map. Okay. So it seems that I have most of the functions. Oh, also the cells are not going to update. So without inheriting the custom editor, tweebrush editor, it's not going to work. What if I delete the brush? Now I don't find the brush inside, so I need. Looks like I'm doing everything wrong, right. Still not finding any error here. And if I tested this out again, it should still work. See if it still works. Works. No, it doesn't. It's really problematic that it doesn't work right now, because why does it fail to load? Fail to load, yeah, it just failed to load. It's really, really weird. So because it crashed now, that means that I'm quite not sure if I found the bug yet. Could be everything. Because the biggest, it could also be random. It doesn't seem to be random. It seems to be happening more the more you import, and maybe if it has a probability, and sometimes it's going to not have an error, and sometimes it will have an error. Which makes this really hard to test. Because this error is very, very inconsistent right now. And the worst part of it is it's inside of functions that I did not write, which means I don't know where the error could be. Because I don't understand everything that other people are writing. Of course, I can't know every line in Unity or of the custom brushes that they did here. But just take a look at this custom grid brush for type hierarchy. Okay, I'm reading through this now. There's some information like only one class at any time should be set default set should set default brush to true. Thankfully, we did set this to false, so this is not our problem. Then we have this parameter hide all asset instances of this brush in the tile palette below. I'm not sure what this is doing. Hide the default instance of brush in the tile palette below, of tile palette window. And then it has a name. It doesn't say anything about the name. Hmm. 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 So we can still try to set this to false. Hide all asset instances. I'm not sure if this could cause an error. Let's set it to false. And let's see what happens. And this shouldn't do anything. And I think last time I tested here, it did not crash. So no, nothing should have happened. No, okay. Let's play. Okay, nothing happened. Okay, now I have to go for the definition. What is an instance? C# instance. I think this is something to do with inheriting, and yes, that's completely right. Hmm. So I'm just going through this, trying to see where they make an instance. Okay, now here they do this with a person, and this person is an instance of this class. So this is a little bit hard to explain, actually. So, Ooh. I don't think this yeah, if this function is bugged, there's only one way to find out. Let's first make a test if we make the default name really, really long. So let's put in more characters here, but I want to know how many characters I did put in. So let's go. 10, 20, 30, 15, 16, 17. If the name is not correct, it should crash. If it has to do anything with this default name, it will now crash. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see the name here in the typelet, the new name that I've given it. And nothing's happening. What? I'm in the right project. Okay, let's reset this. And it's still called brush. This is getting weirder and weirder. Oh, wait. The class is called bash. What? Let's call this class then only bash. Let's see what this will change it to. Now it changes the name to this really long string of characters. Interesting. Will it play though? No, it will crash. Let's just name this 1 to 3. I think it will just not update. Let's see if this even updates. Now it's called 1, 2, 3. Okay. Interesting. Reset all layouts. See if it crashes now. And if it doesn't crash, because we are testing with characters for a long time now, it just increases the chances that it has to do with the characters. As I said, there's a lot of inconsistency when it does crash and when it doesn't. Okay, now it does crash. So this is completely random now. Okay. This crash is completely random. That's unfortunate. Put this to true. This to true. Interestingly, this does not point to a script here. What? So I assume the following thing. The name here has to be the same name as the name in the script. And if it's not the same name, then it is prone to crashing. That would at least make sense. Okay, let's rename this. Just to Bosch. Now, then we should see the script inside of here. And we don't see the script inside. What? Was this always the case? Okay. Let's see where this script is set up. Oh, the name of the class is different. Yay! Now it should show the script inside of here and work. And I can restart tests. Yeah, now the correct script is inside. Okay, still not working, but I haven't reset yet. So that's the only consistency that I have. If I have an error, I have to reset before I can try again. Okay, just an idea. Let's put in all the brushes again. Look into the editor. And let's just look if every brush is pointing to its corresponding script. Every script has been set up correctly. Because this would at least be logical. That would cause an error if this is not correct. Yeah, this brush, for example, has a name that is different from the script name. It's interesting. So this could at least mean that we have messed up something. Is it with all the minerals? Yes, all the minerals. Only some of the minerals do not point to the scripts. Okay, if that's a problem, then it would explain why renaming the scripts all the time did not work. That would at least be logical. So, as I said, it's not not confirmed that this is a character limit issue. Now, how do I do this? Why is this not taking this correct name? Let's open this. Let's just first let's make sure the minerals yellow brush has the right name. It doesn't. It's named cs.cs. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's a naming problem. Okay. I think now we have found the error. And after I fix the error, I will dash to the toilet and make a break, dinner time. Yeah. But I think now we have found the error. After 2 hours and 40, we found out that it's just a simple naming error. Still not 100%. But very, very, very much likely that this is a naming error, because it at least is logical and makes sense. So why was this mineral greens brush not working? Because it's named cs.cs instead of cs. So let's clear up all the wrong names and then look at if all the scripts are loaded in correctly. And all I can say, the biggest problem with this was not that I have named them wrong. That happens. You copy paste names, they are named wrong. The problem was I did not have any clue where to look at and what was the problem. That was the actual problem. Okay, now let's go to the project here. It's going to make new metadata. And now I'm going to every brush and look if the script has been set up. Okay, every script seems to have been set up correctly now. So let's reset the layout. And if this doesn't work, that just means that we have found one error and it was actually 2 errors, but what can I say? We found the error. It works now with all the brushes. So we found the problem. Now I have to take every brush, set it up again, and start drawing. That took a lot of time, but now we are bug free. The bug is I have found the bug after 2.5 hours. Damn it. Should I blame myself for this? Because I put in the wrong names and didn't see that the scripts weren't matching? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I should blame myself for this. Let's not blame ourselves yet. Stuff happens that doesn't always sometimes things just don't go our way. And we just have to accept it. So need to go to the prefab folder and just drag in all these brushes again here. It's going to automatically set itself up. The empty brush is not going to do anything. And there's this leaf brush. Going to drag in the leaves. And then all the minerals. I learned that in StarCraft. I knew one day StarCraft would come in handy, and this is the day. Now I know how to pronounce minerals correctly. Over the years that my mom told me I should not play StarCraft, it's a waste of time. She was wrong. Okay. Then there's the mixed color brush that is going to have all the minerals. It's really a little bit unfortunate that I found out that this bug is there after I did set up the brushes. It's really not how it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's just how another day flies by with just searching for a bug. But on the flip side, we didn't give up finding the bug. We did not try to avoid this bug by not playing in maximized. We kept trying to find the bug, kept experimenting until we found it, and in the end we prevailed. So I think at least that's something. That's still an achievement. Just to prevail by brute forcing your way until you found the error. That's not too bad. It's still I still don't trust the editor, so let me just play it Press play one more time. Yes, okay, that's nice. Ooh. The nicest thing is that I can just drag in all these minerals here. And I spent a really long time to make this function just so I can drag in the elements right there. And I've used this function so much right now. I don't know if I'm saving time, but what I know is I'm saving a lot of headache. Yeah, I'm really, really positive that I'm saving a lot of time actually. I have to say, these kinds of bugs that are hard to find, and you kind of can blame yourself for. I can blame myself for not copy pasting, right? Yeah, they're the worst kind of bugs. And that stack trace, everything that I traced there for finding this bug, everything that I tried to find there was useless. The whole stack trace, completely useless, bullshit. Nothing in the stack trace helped me. Nothing. That's where I blame Unity, and I think that's really it's also my right blame Unity there. I have to try out what happens if I paint this crystal torch. I think I have to set it up again. Yeah, that's the wrong size. So what size do you need? 0.25. Okay. Oh no, I have just to use prefab scale as property scale, and now it should work. A little bit big, though. They are both bigger than I thought they would be. Okay. Why though? Oh, because I'm using another tile map. Yeah, this tile map here, the castle tile map. I'm painting on the castle tile map, it will have a different scale because we are using the time map scale here. Okay, this is actually exactly how it's supposed to work. Yeah. So this torch is folder has to be in the prefab folder though. It's not correct. Now the tree brush. And then go for the vegetation brush. Along. And short. And I should be able to paint with this immediately. Yep. Maybe I would use a different scale for this. But yeah, we've done it. So let's go to this sub-step. I'm really, really happy that this bug has been fixed. This has been a long time that making this custom brush took actually nearly as long as making the assets for the brush, to be honest. And yes, so 3 hours have passed since I started the stream, and now we are ready to start some real work on the bloom effects. And hopefully we will not encounter any more bugs and start ramping up with our time efficiency. As I said, I'm going to make my dinner break now. So normally, yeah, last time I did need 1 hour for my dinner. So I try to be right back at 10 p.m. in German time. Yeah, 22 o'clock. I think in Central European time it's 21 o'clock that I will be right back. So see you back then. I'm going to make a short break now, and thank you for watching so far. I'm going to make my dinner now. Hello, what's up? So, I'm actually a little bit faster this time. I actually thought maybe I want to buy something from the supermarket, but and I thought, no, let's not waste too much time and money on some junk food. Actually, I want to get some vegetables, but yeah, I think I still have enough for tomorrow, and I will go to the supermarket on Monday. In Germany, supermarkets are closed on Sundays. This is why you always consider to go to the supermarket on Saturday. And but I still have enough food, and yeah. So let's not be lazy and keep working on the game instead of just making trips to the supermarket. The only trip that I will make is I will need to get a glass of water soon, but that's about it. So, um, with our sub-step to-do list, apply shadow to leaf particles, Adobe. So let's open up Adobe. So this will be a rather easy task. So I'm trying to get my project folder here. I have an open resource folder, which I should actually sort a little bit sometimes, but you know how it is. And here we have this leaf particle. And the only thing that we want to do here is give it more of a shadow. Why is that so? The leaves, the trees here, they have these fallen leaves. See them? But actually right now the fallen leaves, they do not have a shadow at the bottom, but the tree has, and it's looking a little bit weird. That's everything I can say to this. So let's just go ahead, make this really cheap, apply some kind of shadow here. I don't want to give it an angle because they are going to be flipped inside of the game sometimes. And that's pretty much it. This is as easy as it goes. I can play with the mode a little bit here. Ooh. I think this looks kind of interesting. But aside from this, I think there's no useful mode here. Oh, not really. So let's increase the size. Maybe play a little bit with the size. Play a little bit with the values here. What looks good, what doesn't. I think this looks generally okay. It's a little bit better, I think. I think this one is the best. Save it, make it new, save it, make a new PSD or PNG and put it into the game. So how we're going to put this into the game now is we're going to find the material for this particle effect. And here's the particle. We're just going to overwrite this particle. And it could be, I think now we have overdone it a little bit. It looked I think I misjudged it from the preview. Now you see it's way too dark. In this prefab though, I've given this not its brightest color. So let's do that and reassess the situation. Let's hit play and look at the leaves. I think the white parts are over the top now. I think we were just a little bit over the top. Yeah, this is too much. We have to slow this down a lot. So what can we do here? As we could change the curve, but I want to just put those two values a little bit down. So we have a little bit of dimension. Like this. Just don't overdo it. Have a little bit of dimension, but don't have the leaf being flat. And now this should look good. Now this should look good. Yeah. Take a look. Yeah. I think these leaves look a little bit more like they're three-dimensional. They're not too flat. The reflection on the top, when the leaves are flipped, it's not logical that they are bright. The bright spot stays, but we don't use a normal map, so there's no way around this. And as I said, this game is not going to use normal map. Yeah, this is the only trade-off that we make with this game. No normal maps. Hey. Now the next thing that we kind of need to fix is the clouds here. I saw this last stream. The clouds are in the wrong layer. Could be an easy fix though. And this will be the next task, I guess. Where are the clouds? There are the clouds. I said, there are the clouds. Yeah, right here. So let's go ahead and look at the cloud. They should be in the furthest back layer. They aren't though. Let's take a look at the script here, what it does. It's in the preview here. If you would not see this these layers, let's give it the background tag. Also to all of the children. It's weird. Oh, it's just a tag. Sorry, we have to change the layer. Now we can see them. Then they are not in the furthest layer in the back. So let's put them to. Let's put them to 62. I think they would generally look good there, which will put them far to the back. Now let's also go to this prefab here, open it, and make sure that everything here is in the layer background, and change all the children. going to make it a little bit easier to judge how your game is going to look. And let's test this again. Let's add task. Add layers. Check layers of all prefabs. And I didn't close it. And I closed it and didn't save. That's great. Because now I can open it up again. And I love opening up things. Or something like that. Check layers of all prefabs. Well, let's look at the background to look better. Yeah, but I still think the clouds should be in the furthest layer back there. So let's put it into 64. Should be the furthest layer back. It's in front of the moon. Should be in front of the stars and in front of the sky. Yep. So let's apply this. And check if the clouds are in the correct spot. Yeah, okay. Nothing else to say about this. Just a small fix. Let's say apply shadow to leaf particles. Check layers of all prefabs. Let's go. Let's do it. Effects. We're going to go through all these effects here. Torches. What are torches? They are going to the background. The background is going to have the tag background. The bushes are going, where are they going? To the background. Now sometimes they are in the foreground, but it's a good preset in even if they are in the background, or even if they are in the foreground, in most cases it won't worry us. We could maybe, if we have some kind of specific thing where we want to say they should they should be in the foreground. We want to have some kind of check, something hits to them, then we can put them into the front. But it's not necessary. This is going to be very, very fast. Just go to every object here and change them to background. And also, since I said I'm finished with the coding today, can finally start some music because it is getting a little bit quiet in here. And as I said, when I'm coding is hard. You need 100% of your brain. Even talking sometimes is hard while coding. Having silence while coding is generally great for your performance. Because when you're coding, you often have these moments where you're just looking, what can I do? What do I have to do? I need to think about what I can do next. And then you have all these influences on you, like social media, like you have your smartphone in front of you. You could click on YouTube and at any time. Some people use Facebook. Some people are gaming in the time that they are supposed to be coding. And I'm a human. I know that I have weaknesses like that, and I need to try to keep them away from me as far as I can. And every time that I get distracted, I need to do something about it so it doesn't happen again. That's why sometimes when I'm listening to music, I get really into the music. Like I'm listening very hard to music, and I know this when I'm listening to Star Wars music. That I really see the scenes of the movie in my head, and I even know what each character says at each moment, and this is how committed I am to music. Or if I listen to some tracks, I always want to sing with them because I just love singing, and yeah, it's pretty much why I try to keep music away from me when I'm coding, because I know this is going to distract me a lot. Now, I once knew some programmers, they were hackers, and one of the first questions that they asked me when I was meeting them was, what kind of music do you hear while you're coding? And I said, I don't hear any music. And they are like, that's insane. How can you not listen to any music while coding? Now, I don't want to say that these were bad coders or anything, nothing. Don't want to say anything about them, actually. Because it is also so that I don't really know how good they were coding. Now, I can imagine theoretically that people do indeed need some music. I can imagine it, but I do not recommend it at all to try out. I would more recommend to try out silence. That doesn't mean that you have to live in silence the whole day, though. So I'm going to rename these layers here. This is going to cause some errors later on, because I think I did some casts specifically on the text, but this is something that's just disturbing me, that some of these layers had German names, for example, and then the rest is in English. This is something that's just wrong in my head. My head just tells me, yeah, there's something wrong about this. So, not wrong in my head. It's just annoying me if you are not consistent with your naming. But I also want to rename the player soon. But the player is still named Lane. And that's kind of dumb. Because that was his old name. But it's only the name because I was too lazy to change it. And now I have a lot of triggers that change for the name specifically, and I have to change this later. I think I will then, but just try to what would I do? Will go to the IDE and just try to rename find everything that has the name of the player. So didn't I change this tag? Oh, you can only add tag, object, and then delete tag. Can't remove it because it's used by create one. Also, change the names here. This is a bad. This is a plank. This is a big plank. This is chair. This is a chair sideways. Chest. Also have to rename the script later. This is a door. Okay. Let's go through the IDE and just straight up search if we have anything that uses the word object. Can I search something? Hello, let me search for something, please. That's odd. I can't insert anything here. No. Come on. Okay, now it randomly lets me search. That's interesting. Object. Now I don't think this will work. It's only searching for names so far. Okay, let's search how we find names. Jet wider. Jet wanes wider. Find. Search all scripts. Search everywhere. Control Shift T. 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 Okay, it's Control Shift F. Maybe it's a German thing. And I want to search for object. Okay, we have some objects here in this kind of code. So it is searching for this tag here. So we can just rename object. I think I named it objects. No, it's object. Okay, singular. This is just... I think this word is reserved. That's why it is not used. Rename this to secrets object. Found object game object. Okay, just very creative name there. Oh come on, I wanted to rename. Oh come on, really? Okay. And then this is a little bit weird here. I also think that I saw this way more above. Yeah, this you don't ask for that anymore. We specifically define this as a T type T. I was once able to have it a little bit more interesting. Oof. So even scripts that are named. Ooh, and this is a public boolean. Come on, we can change this. Destructable, and we need to add this. Yeah, just getting rid of a lot of German here. German. We can always add this formally serialized variable, so we don't have to do anything. It's a little bit annoying though if we change the class name, so I'm not so keen to do this right now. Okay, let's focus on the objects. Object is not defined. It is. Object is defined. Or is this a layer? No, this is a tag. The tag object has been defined. I think maybe it's not seeing it. Maybe we have to restart the editor. Oh, we have also to rename Boden, this ground. Okay. How do I do this faster? Just clearing out a little bit of code. Nothing special here. Unfortunately, I check for this tag way too often, and I wonder if there's another way to do this. But even the IDE does not show me any way to improve on this kind of code, unfortunately. Just a little change. I'm still excited to make the whole code into English code, change up some little things that I'm really not happy about, and publish the code on GitHub. Not because I think that people want to see the code. Okay, let's go inside of this and make this compare tag. This is ground. Let's say it says these two are not defined. I call bullshit. Maybe it will see that this is defined if we restart the project. Or we start the IDE, either way. This is just not correct. But now that we clean up this code, if anybody would then go into the project later and try to understand the code, because it's not sometimes German, then always English, everybody can understand the code much better. And then we can put it onto GitHub, and thousands of people will try to improve the code, and I won't have to do anything at all. This is 100% true. Okay, now we can actually look what could we insert here. Let's look up what we could insert here. Maybe there would be a safer way to do this. That's a little bit stupid to look at this up after I changed half of them, but okay, it's a string. We can only put in the string. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit unfortunate, because if we change the strings, it's not going to work. Yeah, this is the old list of strings. It did not realize that I have changed the list. Well, what to do with this? Is there any object? No. There's still a script that is named object. I'm a little bit surprised how much I overlooked here, because I did go through all of this one time already. Just improving the code a lot. Not get impatient. Not getting impatient. There's just no way around this. And the truth is that the code is so messy because I got impatient. Truth is, back then I was pressured by my parents, by not having enough money, by wanting to finish my study, and this pressured me in releasing the game way too early, not paying too much attention to code quality, and now I have to clear up a lot of mess. Just, well, I can't do anything about it now. Sometimes I really wonder how often I did use this kind of cast here, which is really not how you do it. Oh, so this is the tech manager, and it hasn't updated yet. Interesting. Something that we maybe want to keep an eye on. We want to get rid of this tag. And call it ground. Oh damn, this is going to take a lot of time. Oof. Now we can maybe replace them all. How do we replace them though? Now choose edit, find replace. Now we can't define the scope. Because it's on watching in one file. Ah, this is how we do it. Replace all. Okay. And the rest will be done when I clean up the code. Still have a task for that. Okay, now we have to get rid of this tag here. Which is very, very hard, because this tag is used by every level, nearly every level. So we have to prepare for some work. Ooh, we actually can remove it. Okay, that's interesting. Now, if we open a new level 1, let's just go from every level to level. This will not have the tag ground. It will have the tag ground. Okay. Oh, it will just add in the old tag again. So, can we find everything with this tag? How? Come on, there must be an easier way to find tags. Let's search for it. Unity, find game, find tags in inspector or something. There's a quick search package. That's dangerous. Go to the package manager and look for it. And if this actually works, It's nice, but it could also destroy our project. So let's search. Okay, we don't find anything. I have an idea. Let's go to this brush test. Look at this quick search overview. So how do we actually use this? And I actually only want to know how do we import this. Let me look again into the package manager, search for quick. Shouldn't find anything. Shouldn't find anything here. And also shouldn't find anything here. Nope. Oopsie. So how do we get this? Look for the quick search here. Also in the asset manager we don't find a quick search. So what is this Unity quick search? How do we get this? Is this out of the package manager or what? Using the shortcut Alt plus doesn't bring anything. Alt plus. Oh, Alt plus. That's weird. Or the help quick search. No, no quick search here. I think this is obsolete. Guys, I just want to get this package. Does this package even exist? Can you tell me, please? Couldn't find Unity Quick Search anywhere. Come on. Try pressing Control key. There it is. Now I opened this one time, but okay, this is supposed to be the quick search. How do we search for tags? So let's just straight up ask for tag using quick search. I only care for tags. Okay, it doesn't tell me anything about tags. No tags. Regular searches. Can I find tags? No. Special searches. Tags? No. Tags? Tags! Okay, just tag. Okay. Oh. Ah, there we got it. Okay, now we need to do this in every level. Going to be fun. And I'm 100% sure that we overlooked something in the end. Yeah, that's it. I think there was a prefab that used this tag. Yeah, this one. Okay, that should be it for the prefabs. I could go ahead and um, take all of these objects here. Plus, you know UI tag. That's interesting. UI. Save it. Hey, you told me there's nothing that uses this tag. Oh, you're still not. Oh yeah, okay. I was looking into the free web and did not see it there. Okay. So now we can remove this tag. Yay! The only good thing with text is at least you can't search for the integer number of the text. Else it would be really hard to find every line of code that is referencing to these kind of tags, which we just replaced. Since we don't have any way to just search for the number when we search it in every tag search function, yeah, would be kind of easy to overlook something. Okay, so we have this new thing called tag. Let's apply it to all these prefabs here. This is a zone. Okay, then only units remember. Let's finish up with all these things here in here. Now, I'm not so keen about this camera. Okay, this is just a standard camera. I think we can delete this. Can we? Yeah, I think this is another camera. Yeah, this is another camera that we are using than this camera here. Okay, this is for the pause menu though. I don't think we can replace it. So let's go back to the prefabs. Put the camera into UI where it belongs. Skip this. There's also already a camera inside of here. So let's rename this in pause menu. Camera. Now it won't have a conflict. What is this? Oh, this is really old. There seems to be some kind of copy of prefabs. Get rid of this. Yeah, this is the same. Back then in the day I did it like this when I was copy pasting things. There's also a map in here. This is how level 1 was looking back in the day. It was way simpler. But not better. Simpler, not better. Yeah, this is how we did the cliff here. Just defaulted the button, and on the button it's just flat ground. I think the level maker did not know exactly how to do this. Neither did I back then. Not sure if this is used. Yeah, I think nowadays I use this one. So let's get rid of those two. Yeah, because everything in here is German. So I can be really sure that this is not how we do it nowadays. So I think these two are rubbish. Just cleaning up here. And level finish, that's going to be in maps. Add layer. User layer 3. Scripts. Global. Now, the global variables don't need to have a layer, but let's just give them a layer because we can. So it's really interesting that the global variables are power up. Never caused any kind of error. Interesting. This is going to be in maps. And we are also going to change the tag of this. This is some kind of zone. It's more like background. Okay. This tutorial pop-up. It's more like, look at it. Yeah, it has something attached to it. It's more like it's going to belong into the map layer. Okay, now here come the big things. Now these are not ground, they are enemies. Now all of those should be enemies. Oh, and they don't. So everything inside of here, except for these spawn points, should be enemies. Let me take a look. Eagle. Well, let's also rename them. Eagle. Noble. Noble upper body. crossbowman. Crossbowman upper body. I feel a little bit stupid to go for these. Peasant. Spear peasant. Peasant bowman. So we nehmen the spear peasant. Peasant spearman. This is a bad. Well, let's also search here globally. For first one was Armbrust. And the project, please. Also need to close this one. So this was the test project. This is the hunter. This is just the hunter control. This is a bomb thrower. Bomb thrower control. Bomb spawn. And left. And right. Also the eremit. There, this is a hermit. Hermit control. Rename this file. And left. And right. It's just so here's a cliff, and his cliff is very specific. I need to take a look into this script actually, because it might be that he's searching for his bomb release. Ah, damn it. Taking way too bomb spawn. I'm taking way too much time for this. Phew. Because, yeah, if I want to release in a week, I mean, I'm going to release a patch, which is going to be a lot of just polish. This is going to be a problem. Because now these scripts still don't know, still don't use the new name. Yeah, tip. Stone spawn. Okay, let's rename this. Stone spawn. Just trying to make everything into English from German, if possible. Okay, let's go on. Did I change anything here? No. But now I did. And I expect so many errors because of this. So many. Okay. This is going to be code client, not calling any names. Skull control. This is a flying skull. This is a skeleton. Yeah, it's written correctly. This is a soldier. Fun. This can't be in the player layer. It's going to cause problems. This is background. It's just a flying shadow. Then with the projectiles, I don't want to do anything. Just checking is if something does not have any tag or layer at all. The sounds, they are pretty much, I would say they are a zone. Now we have effects, and yeah, these also I don't want to change anything. I'm a little bit, yeah, I'm not really happy with how many effects use the untagged tag. So let's add a tag here. Effect. Also here, effect. Go back to the prefabs, and it's a little, that's not the right folder here. So what is this tent doing here? And this definitely belongs into maps. To the desert. A safety copy? How big is this? Oh. I did even write this wrong. I had this inside of the project all the time. Holy shit, I'm going to delete this. I have a script folder. Let's put the game controller and global variables inside of that. So I was nearly finished. I was here in the enemy folder, and I want to go to effects if Unity would let me. Let's do these sounds here first. They're all untagged. Yeah. Say they are an effect. Also the hit sounds are also effects. And And now for the real effects. Now some of these are actually projectiles, so actually I did write projectile wrong. Sometimes cleaning up takes a whole lot of time. And these are effects. So I essentially want to put everything into effect if it's not a zone. So this is a spawn, it's more like a zone, not really as anything else. This is not a projectile. This is more like a zone. Because if I put this into projectiles, it's a beam attack by one of the bosses. And if I put it into projectiles, there's a script that can remove projectiles and kill them, and I don't want this with this boss effect. So, nearly there. This doesn't belong in here. I'm not going to put these into I'm not going to put these into projectiles because they're just followers of specific enemies, boss types. Then I can find them easier. But let's then not put them into effects only, but put them under units, enemies, effects. No. So let's go in here, create a new folder. Boss fight objects. Okay, hit sounds. Okay, we're through this. Now it's time for hit effects. These are obviously effects. Let's not go to the player yet, because this one will be easier. Now there's a script inside that doesn't belong there. A little bit weird, but the trigger. I think this skill system is never used. It was supposed to be inside of here, but now it isn't. But I'm not bold enough to just delete it. Not bold enough. Okay, let's go to the player folder. And after that we can finally go and go to the blue. No, we still have to clear all the text. Oh man. Another canvas skill system. It's the same one. It really doesn't belong in there. Alright, this is unused. Let's just get rid of it. Okay, let's go full retard mode. Yeah. And this might have been a no. I'm pretty sure that this is not used. Actually, I can find the usages. Why don't I do this first? Okay, I'm going to make these all effects. Let's rename the player. Which is going to cause a lot of trouble. But I wanted to do this for a long time now, and actually I'm dragging this long, way too long. But this is how the player looked way back then. Was this way simpler? These were simpler times. Looking not too bad though. Not too bad. Okay. But we need to get rid of him. Left sound. It's a jump effect that's not a prefab. This is something that belongs into maps. It's a zone. It's a really weird zone. It's really weird that it is in here. I guess I really needed to clean this up. So, attacks. Here's something that I probably should not change. Except, what the hell? This is a project. Really weird that these are the kill zone. These clearly are projectiles. Now these are effects. Let's go through them and just look if anything of them is a projectile, and if it isn't, it's an effect. Okay, then these are effects. Next time I'm doing a project, I should maybe look for a better system for text and layers, because right now text and layers are pretty much the same, and it's just randomly mixed up. That's not good. I think the layer is more for collisions. Yeah, when naming layers, you should have collisions in mind, and text can be different types of. Yeah, for what we have right now. Okay. So clean that all up. Free. Why do dialogue boxes have the tag ground? What? They shouldn't have this. What the hell? So some of these UI elements have randomly set to have been set with the UI have been set to the ground tag. Oh, yeah. Maybe I should take a break soon because I'm starting to talk weirdly. Okay, still have something? Options? No, you don't have to. Come on. Okay, now nothing should have this Bowden tag. Should be able to remove this tag now. Okay, it's great. And let's make a new search. Okay. Really weird that some of the UI elements set themselves to the wrong tag there. Okay, let's actually save this and reopen the project, because I'm not sure if we've broken something. There's a good chance that we did. Let's reopen the project. And also let's search inside of this. Okay, I can't get up the search function right now. It's not taking any input from me. Can't delete this right now. I'm trying to. So yeah, that's not very nice. So I need to wait a little bit here. Meanwhile, I can get a drink, I guess, because I really need a drink. Just going to take some tap water, and I have these nice pills here that you can inside of there. Let me just search up how they are called. A tablet. Ever we send tablet. Yeah, okay. So BRB. Okay, I'm back again and let's go. Now for some reason I can't edit anything in here. Looks like my idea is kind of frozen. Now I can write, but I cannot delete. That's weird. My keyboard broken? No, my IDE is broken. So I guess I have to restart my IDE. Oh, now it works. I had to click somewhere else. Don't know what exactly went wrong here. Okay, now I've forgotten what I wanted to search for. That's bad. Okay, yeah, I wanted to search for... Oh, I wanted to replace. And... No, I just can't get to the replacing menu. Come on, let me replace. Please. Okay, how do I do this? Pressing the right controls. It's not popping up. Oh, because it's on R, not on H. Okay. So we want to, if every time we check for the player, we want to for that player. Okay, replace all. Okay, the next one is going to be this bad form. We want to
Seize a TV. If.
if. Yes. It's just a search function. That's why we find a lot of ifs.
Fire's loss. Hello again.
Hello again. How are you doing? Did you have a nice
Seize a
streaming
TV.
time?
P. Blue.
Ooh, 20 Raiders. Hi, what's up, everybody? What's up? It's great to see you all around. I hope you had a beautiful, nice time in the Isle. And nice to see you again. Blue, hi. Fennec, hi. Caesar, hi. Filzlaus, hi. Yeah, I wanted to do some beautiful bloom effects today, and I ended up cleaning up a lot of code. Well, I was successful with that one, but oh, what is that? Ein Fennec is now following. Thank you, Fennec. So for anybody who is watching right now, because of the wait, I'm going to show you the latest effects that I've been working on. Zectory, thank you for following. Thank you very much. So, starting with an error. Fix that. Didn't find the global object. For some reason. Okay, got to look into that. Real quick. That's global. I think they can stay. Ooh, so many people. Lone Star. Hi. Klinkly. So this is what I've been working on for the last week. Now we have these trees, and you can now see the trees falling down there. Today I've added a nice little shadow to the leaves, not really noticeable. See these lights here? These are some fireflies, and I'm working on making this very dynamic so it works very well. Now for the background. It doesn't trigger, unfortunately, right now. So yeah, aside from this, I can... Oh, there was a small... maybe a little bit of combat. Whoops, what happened there? Yeah. This is pretty much what I've been working on, so I can paint the map really fast now. And I'm still trying to optimize this as much as possible, so I can later in the levels put these trees very fast into it, have all the leaves come down with the trees, and have a very generic system, so that in the end, when I'm starting to edit each map, map after map, that I don't have a lot of time to remodel all the things. I just put them in the maps and they work. And trying to do that is going to cost you a lot of time if you're trying this with programming only. But in the end, you get your time back, because once you set up your things and they work beautiful, you don't have anything to do. So now I'm trying to get why this platform was not moving when I jumped on it. I think the tags have been messed around with. So let's find the player. Ooh. This should be named player. I think that's a problem. Let's press play and it should work now. Let's see. Now it works. Nice. So now you can see, if you see the background, it moves indefinitely, because this is these are 3 layers on top of each other, and every time you see these pictures here, I'm going to pause the game mark now. You see the player is here in the middle, and every time I'm moving too far to the right, these are actually 3 pictures here. Let's pick one of them. And each time I'm too far to the right, it's going to put this to the right here. Now, unfortunately, we can't see it. It's going to put it here. I think it's not updating its view. And so it looks like it's repeating itself indefinitely, but it's definitely not. So this is something that I'm working on, that it is going to look good, and I can just put them anywhere and have a lot of control over it. You see the background, that if I go up and down, you see on the ground you see more mountains, and when you go up the mountains, you want the environment to shift a little bit, so we have different views. And yeah, then you get up here. Now here's a lot of testing going on, how to make a level look good. And the next thing that I will do is to apply more bloom. Now what is bloom? Is if you see it, look at the fireflies, these have bloom. They are blooming just like the little light that I have behind me. When I put my hand in front of it, you see that the light is shifting a little bit. And this is how bloom works. It's like that is diffused, and it's having this kind of fading effect over it. And you can do this in games too. So, for example, I put on the light here. Let's do you not see the ground? It's nothing. And the background. What's the camera? Where's the camera? So what I want to show here is if you enable bloom effects, you can make scenes look good very easily. And for this I need to find where the camera is. I think it's maybe also on the player. No. So, how do I show this at best? Let's put the camera to another position. Okay, now we can see the moon here, and the moon has a shader on it. Go ahead and find it. And here I can control how much the moon is going to shine. Now let's multiply this, and you can make the moon really shiny. And this is how you control it in the game. And you can play around with the values a little bit. Now I've made it so it only picks the really bright parts. And then you can kind of try to find... You have to experiment a lot with these values until you get them right. It's going to look a little bit different in the game than in the preview here. So I lately changed how the lighting system works, so I have to redo the moon again actually. So let's do it. Now it's looking better because the moon was not shining enough. Now you can really see the moon rise when you get to the top of the level and can actually see above the mountains. And this is going to be a vampire game. So this is playing in Transylvania, and in Transylvania you have a lot of mountains. So this is why the environment looks like this. Okay. So let's try to make a blooming particle. So what I wanted to do today, let's take a look. Apply bloom to torch effects. That's pretty easy. Now we have some torches here. These ones. And now I want to make them bloom. Now let's look at this torch right here. It already has a flame on it. Now we can go and find the particle system of this flame. Okay, it's a default particle. So we can put in maybe another particle. Let's maybe Can we put something grayscale in here? Yes, we can. It won't work this way. Right. Okay, we need to make a new material for this, or else it won't work. So yeah, we need to make a new shader graph. So what are shader graphs? These are the things that control how your thing in the game will look like. So we have some good examples here. I also showed the same thing with the moon. You can actually loop for the moon. We have a good starting point. Let's open up this shader here. This is the moon shader. If I open this graph here, you can see you do a lot of math here, and then you have a nice little moon. But how do we do a new one from the start? It's pretty easy in using Unity. Just can put this to the side. And now I have to decide where I want to put it. So I have this huge project here. These are all my folders, and I have to find the place for this. So these are torches. These are map objects. So I'm going to put them inside of here, I guess. I could maybe look up for particles. Look for a particle folder. There's multiple particle folders, like this one. I think this is the best one. We have this firefly shader that should be very similar to what we want. So let's make a new shader. It's going to be a shader graph, and this will be done in 10 minutes, I guess. So, what do we want? There's a difference between the lit and unlit shader graphs. If something is lit, it's expecting us to bring it some lightning. And if there's no light, this will be dark. An unlit shader is not expecting us to bring lightning, so it will always have its full color. So if there's no lightning sources next to it, it will just look normal. This is nice for UI elements like buttons. You don't want buttons to be affected by light sources, so that in the night you can't find your UI or anything. What we want here is to have a lit shader though, so that if you come closer to it and have more light next to it, it's going to look brighter. So let's call this generic. This is going to be a generic one. Generic bloom shader. Let's also open the fireflies shader graph, because this is pretty much what we want to do. So, a generic bloom shader, as I said, this will be very easy. So I'm going to go ahead and copy something out of the firefly shader graph. So what do we want? We want to have a color. The color is the color that the effect will bloom in. So let's call this bloom color. And we are going to use this mode HDR. Now I can plug this in here, and I need to multiply this with the color of the actual material. So let's create a texture node. We need to we want to use the alpha channel. We don't want to do anything with that. We take a look what we did here. Okay, we don't need this multiplication. Then we need vector 3. We need this because we want to plug in the color values, which are the RGB values, into this multiplication, and this is going to be the color. Now we still don't have a texture, so let's define the texture. This is going to be the main text. And the main text is going inside of here. Can set it up. Let's look for maybe fire. Can we have some fire? Yes, we can. Now this is not a good example, I think. Can be liked? Do we have liked? Let's put this torch inside. So let's update the preview. Now you see this is all black. Why is this all black? That is pretty easy because our color here is also black, and you have to think of the color not as you would normally as red, green, and blue. You have to think of this as values from 0 to 1. This has values from 0 to 1, and if the blue color is all black is everything is 0. If everything is white, everything is 1. So this red value, it says 255. That's a lie. That's 1. And everything that is red now, we are going to multiply everything that is red with 1. But we are multiplying green and blue with 0. So red and blue are now 0. So we only see red. So if we want to have the normal picture, yes. Okay. So how do we make this bloom? Let's update also the preview. You see now the preview is pretty normal. How do we make this bloom? That's very easy. Normally this is the end. You can only have 1. But what if we want to have more than 1? We can just increase the intensity. And now you can see that it is generally too bright. And this is exactly what we want if we want to bloom. The camera is then searching, is something bigger than 1? And if it is bigger than 1, it will bloom. This is how it works. So let's save this asset. And maybe we want to change a lot later, but this is a good starting point. And let's attach it to this torch right here. So for this we are going to create a new material. Torch material. And put it into this torch. Now it's not working yet because we have to set up this to use our shader graph. So is it working? Yes, it's just looking very weird because as a main text it's using our torch effect. That's not what we want. How do we change this? Okay, now this is emitting something, but it's not emitting enough. Maybe increase the intensity. Now we can see that it's blooming way brighter. And now we have to also consider that this is how it looks in darkness. But to see how it really looks when the player comes closer, we have to take the camera and drag it over here. And now here when the camera is right next to it, you can see that this torch is blooming a hell lot more. And let's just start the game and teleport the player over here and see what happens. Let's see if this will really bloom or if this is not enough. So let's get rid of the peasant right here, because I just want to test right now. Okay. Now you can tell that this torch is a little bit brighter than this torch, but you really have to pay attention to it. Now I think this is very good for this torch here, because you don't want to overdo it. If you overdo it with the effects, then you end up blooming over the whole screen. So this is quite okay for this torch, but we want to have more control over it, and we have already reached the limit of what we can do with HDR. So if I put this to maximum intensity, no, I haven't. So okay, let's play the effect again. It's not much of a difference, actually. Also put this guy over to another position. Maybe over here, so he doesn't disturb us. And let's put the player over here. And press play. And we still can kind of see that this torch is blooming. Now the player is in a weird Z position, that's why we couldn't see him. But now we need to improve the shader. So we could make this very bright, but we can do more. We can make this bloom all over the map. But we need to control it. So we can basically, so we are not limited by the range of the bloom color, plug the bloom color in here in the multiplication node, create a float, and call it bloom color strength. Now we plug this in here, and this will make multiply this color and make it even stronger. So if I put this value here, this float, I will put it to 1 at default. If I increase this even more, you can now see that the white is all over the place. Now you normally wouldn't want this, but in our case it's okay. We just want to have full control over it. This is why in this case, yeah, it's exactly what we want actually. So let's save the asset. And now you see this value here has appeared immediately. So let's maybe play the torch effect. Good. Now we see the torch effect. Now let's multiply. We can see how the torch is blooming even more. Let's hit play and see what happens. Now I'm just showing off and testing the shader. And now we can see that this is really a little bit too bright. Let's go to the edge. And yeah, now you have this shader, and all you have to do is to decide how to apply it. And later, if I test it in the maps, and the maps are way bigger than this test here, I can easily, when I go through each map, just say, okay, I think this is too much, get lower, or I can say, okay, we need to bloom more and increase the strength. So if you wanted to improve this even more, and you always can improve this even more, you could maybe say, I only want to apply the bloom to the brightest part of the original image and make them bloom, and filter out all the other parts. This is also something that I do a lot. For this, you would have to find out which part of the color do you actually want to bloom. So what am I talking about is, let's play this torch one more time and stop. No, pause it. Okay. Now if I don't have any bloom effect on it at all, put the intensity, can we put it to 1? No. Let's put the intensity to 1. Now this is kind of what you would see. This is just a sprite. If you look at this is just one picture. And it has an alpha channel, and in the middle it's yellow, at the corners it's kind of red. And if you wanted to only have this yellow part to bloom, you would need to filter out that you want to say, okay, I only want the yellow part to bloom and filter out the red part. But how do I do this? Okay, so put this to somewhere where we can explain better what we are doing. So we want, for example, to have only the blue colors here bloom. How do we do this? It's quite hard at first, but then you can think, okay, this is going to have more blue, but no red and no green. This is going to have more red and green. So we can maybe filter this out. So for this we can try out the clamp node. And with the clamp node, we plug in something here. You can now, it's not updating. Let's maybe update it. So now it shows what we're doing. Now we can try to filter out what we actually want to display. So if I say this is RGB. If I wanted only to have the blue part, the B part is the last part. So let's filter out red and blue. Red and green. Now this is only the blue parts. You can see that in the middle, yeah, it filtered out correctly, but here it didn't filter out. So we can try to play around with this value here. It seems it's not strong enough. Okay, and now you have to think. So, how would we do this? We could do this vice versa also. That doesn't work. This seems to be good. If I put this to 1, it will be only blue. Now you only want that the parts that you want to edit are actually in your color. So what do we want to do here is we want to create a new node, and we want to create a new color. Find bloom color. So this color will be here. Now we want the color that we want to bloom to be the part that is 0. So if we put this to blue, for example, plug it in here, going to do exactly the opposite effect than what we wanted. So we need to say put this, but subtract it. Make 1 minus this color. Now we will have this color, this effect again. Let's try out what happens if we put this to this kind of teal color. Okay, put blue. Yeah, you can experiment with this a little bit. So you can find out which color do I want to bloom. And this gives you a little bit of control. And now we want, the only thing that we still want is to put this inside of here. And now this will be multiplied together with this and make it bloom. No, that's not correct. That's not correct. Need to plug, I don't know right now. I think we need to plug it in here. Yeah. Wait a moment. No. This is also not working. Okay, and now you have to just think a little bit until you get the solution. So now it's going to find the correct math until you can do this. But I'm very confident that we can find a solution here. So I think I have to multiply this with this vector 3 first. So let's do this first and see what happens. And I accidentally forgot to clamp. Now I know how we do this. Okay, in the end we have to add this together. Okay, in the end we have to add this together with whatever we want it to bloom about. And before we plug this in here, we kind of have to filter out all the parts that are not how's it called? That are not yellow. Yellow, yes, that's what I was searching for. So this is also a great task. How do we do that? So we know this is 1 at maximum. Shouldn't do much. Interesting. That's really interesting. And here comes the part where I have to just sit here and think for a while until I get the solution. Now I don't want this to have a specific color. So first I want to create a new node, which is going to be a vector 3. Just want this to be a grayscale. To do this, I'm going to plug in the outcome. I think this is not working yet. Nope, it's not working yet. Because it's I think it doesn't know what it needs to put out. I need to split it first. So, and then say, but how should it know what to put out? Oh, this is going to be hard to actually find out which one is bigger. It's going to take a while. So is R bigger than G? And then we are going to duplicate this node. Is this outcome bigger than B? Now we will only output the biggest value and multiply it. Okay, now we seem to be a little bit too bright. Unfortunately, our preview is a little bit weird.
Ein Pfennig. GN.
Good night, Panic. Good night. Now, unfortunately, the preview doesn't seem to be very good.
Phi is loss. Ein Pfennig GN8.
Okay, so before we do this, we have to filter out all the parts that are not strong enough. That's hard. Let's just try out to clamp this. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a preview yet. Oh, currently this is not blue. So for testing reason, I want this to be completely blue. Hmm. Okay. So I think we're doing it wrong. Need to put this into max, not min. Okay. I think I'm having a little bit of a problem like here. So in such cases, you have to lean back and think for a while. So if the color is blue, it will have these values. Okay, 0, 0, 1. If it doesn't, we want to put it to 0. Actually, this maximum looks like quite okay. For example, if we put this to red, we see that it doesn't seem to affect the blue parts. But nonetheless, this is not exactly how I wanted this to be. So maybe I need to do this later again, because I'm really a little bit nervous right now. How I want to do this. I think I'm washing it a little bit too much. I have an idea. What if we multiply with the color? This is essentially the same thing as clamping. But let's clamp this instead. And if I then subtract one, and use the power node, let's try to split this. Ooh, okay. I'm a little bit surprised that the subtraction didn't subtract one, but it still looks pretty much the same. Oh, it doesn't. And that was a ruse. Then we can maybe clamp it. God damn it. Ooh. Okay, that works. Now what I essentially did is everything that is not blue is going to have a negative value. You can't see each value here. If a value is lower than 0 or higher than 1, you cannot see it in this node. This is why some really hard work to make these shader graphs work, because in this graph you don't see all the information that is in there. One of these values here could be 20 or could be minus 20. You would not be able to judge. This blue here actually is above 1. I think this blue here will be something like I don't know, 5. And that's great. Let's try to control this a little bit better and try how far we can crank this up. So now we have exactly what we want. You see, now I can make that we can affect only the parts that we actually want. Now let's try to make this, find this teal color. Okay, you see that the crystal is blooming a little bit faster now. What if we put this to red? Also, now it's most likely to affect everything that is liked. Everything that is white is being affected. Let's compare this. And compared to this, now all the parts that are teal are all white because they are affected. And if I put this to red, you see with the same value, the parts that are not teal, they are only being white where there's a lot of lightning on there. Why is there anything at all that is lightening up right now? That's because white in RGB is 111, so there's red inside of white parts. So we can't filter out everything, but at least we can try to have some kind of control over it. With this, we can now make it so that it tries to find this color right here, and then we can try to make it bloom more. So the only thing that we see here is that now it's not just blooming at this side, but it's also dark at this side. Now we don't want this, and there's an easy way to fix this. First, why is this happening? As I said, these values, this black here, this can be lower than the 0. So this could be minus 20, and this is why it's also black here. It is lower than 0, so it's going to subtract this from this. We don't want this, so we are going to clamp the value, put this in here, and we don't have a preview yet, but we want to allow high values, but we don't want anything to be lower than 0, and if we add them together, let's look into the preview. Now you can see it looks kind of normal. We can make only the teal parts bloom up. Okay, that took a little bit longer than I expected, but it works really, really great. So let's finalize this, and for this I'm going to call the first part find bloom color mult. It's for multiplication. Plug it in here. So with this we can influence how strong we want to try to find the affected areas. And then in the end we want to maybe multiply these values out of here and call this bloom strength. And this will be finished after this. Bloom strength. So we need another multiplication. We need to set this to a value. And now we can make this bloom really, really hard. Now the white parts are already above 1. So we won't see how much it is blooming inside of this preview. The only way we can find that out is to put this in the game. But no, we can't do this yet. We have to do one more thing, and that is to leave some comments in here. So we need, if somebody looks at this, he would see, okay, there's a lot of nodes. What is all of this doing? So we need to sort this and then leave a comment so other people can, or even myself, can, if they later come back to this, find out what we are actually doing with this. So we need to leave some comments. So I'm trying to make them pretty now, put them into groups. So I think this one will be the group. This is the last one where we apply the bloom color, multiply it with the mask that we have found out. So let me also see if the bloom color is correct. Yes, now if we look into this preview, it should glow red, but since this is not showing us the whole story, we can't confess this yet. Confirm this yet. Sorry. So let's call this group apply bloom color and what we are doing then is we clamp it, yes, and remove values smaller than 0. So this is a group now. Make it maybe a little more pretty. This. Okay. Now this part is find the part that should bloom. And we have one more value that we can just find: bloom, color, subtraction. And it's going in here. And the last group that we need to edit is this one. Put them together. And now what do we do then here? What can we how do we describe this group? Let's make a group. And say make a grayscale, because here we are getting rid of all the color information, and just try to make a mask where we want to add our bloom effect on. And now we can save this up, and later we are not doing anything here. We're not going to change the values here. We're going to close it. There's some changes in here. I didn't want to change anything, so let's discard these changes. So now we can try to find the yellow parts in this torch. You can immediately see that the torch did lit up when I did go to the red colors. So it did find the colors. Now the problem is a little bit that there's two effects here overlapping. So let's maybe put out this effect here. So now I only have the second effect, the flame effect, that I actually want to work with. And now you can see, if I multiply this, you see that the yellow parts of this flame are actually applied way harder than the red parts. You see, I have to drag this very far to the right until it affects the red parts. So this is very powerful, and it's working very well. And you have to keep in mind, red is very close to yellow, so in the end we were able to find a very strong solution here. I'm actually a little bit surprised how strong our solution is. So now we can try to play a little bit around with these values. I think we can maybe sort the values a little bit better, so that the bloom parameters are together. But aside from this, I'm pretty happy with this shader. Oh, also this main text should be at the top. Yeah, okay, there's always something that you overlook. Whoopsie. Now it's blooming in white. Let's let it bloom in yellow. And we could also make it bloom in blue. Because the blue is adding up with the yellow, it's going to look like green now. So yeah, it will be weird. You can really do some weird stuff with this. Make green torches, for example. And the thing is, with the bloom effect, it's not going to be affected just where the flame is, you see that it's blowing into the environment, even into the background. And this is why bloom is such a strong effect to have. And this is something that I will do next time, that I'm going to apply this to each of the torches and every single object. Now I wanted to do this today, but actually was finding bugs way longer than I wanted to. Sometimes you have just to take your sweet time and do some bug fixes. Unfortunately. So, or fortunately, some people, if you like riddles, yeah. Programming and game development, that's like solving riddles. Now, interestingly, I'm not able to find only the red parts of this flame. This is a little bit unfortunate. So maybe I will go back and change this algorithm a little bit, because I was expecting it to maybe be able to filter out only the red parts, but it could also be that the red parts are also very weak in this kind of flame. I think the red parts are just slightly red, and this could be a problem why we have why we cannot filter them out without affecting the very strong yellow parts as well. And this time, yeah, they are very close together, red and yellow. This is why it's really hard to filter out one of those specific colors. Just can keep trying though. What happens if I put these to really low values? Okay, what if I put them to really high values? No, it's not working. That's a little bit unfortunate. So it's more like a rough guideline right now. Okay, but it will definitely find the brightest parts of the flame right now. And let's try to look at this in the game and then adjust it. How can we do this without leaving this X vector on? Just can make this window really big so we can take a look at it. Press play, and I'm now playing in the normal mode, and this will make that this is not going to be a full screen. Okay, and now we can try to... Okay, it's looking way different than it did before. Now we can try to make it look better while playing. And I think in this instance, it's kind of hard. We also have a nice preview here. Unfortunately, it's not helping us too much. Ooh. Okay, that's unexpected. Let's look at this effect. Oh. Wow. That's a nice accident. Now what's happening here, it's actually subtracting the parts from each other. And then you have this kind of glowing outline, which is really, really interesting. And now we can control how thick this line is. Ooh. It's a really interesting effect. I mean, like this, you could maybe make some magic torches. I think this looks very interesting. Unfortunately, it will not be possible to make this effect on some torches, because we are in a medieval setting. So having this kind of flame, I don't know. It's really interesting though how it looks. And I could play around with this effect now forever. Now I really like the bottom part of this flame. What I don't like is the top part. So can I do something about this? What if I change these colors? Unfortunately, it's not helping. But what is working perfectly is I can change the bloom color. Like now this is some kind of magic flame. Maybe if I change the intensity, I can make this actually teal. No, it's multiplying itself too strongly with the red part. So I think this kind of torch, I should save this actually, because I think this is a really good idea to try on a certain level where you have an undead ghost chasing you. And I think that this accidental setting that I just found should maybe be applied to that. So let's make a new material. use our shader that we created and call this the spooky torch. Okay. Material. And it's going to use the exact same values. Oh, I actually did not work with the grayscale object. So generic, with the generic bloom shader that I wanted to have. So how do I do this easily? Maybe I can copy all these, copy the material properties, insert them into this. Yes, it's working. And now I've saved this setting. And now let's make the actual bloom effect that we wanted to do. So all good things come to an end. And let's just make it bloom a little bit. So in the end, I don't want to go too much overboard with the bloom. Just want to have a really nice shader for it. Yeah, and then you can still do this the whole day. Okay, now I will just clean up the rest that I need to do here. I still have some kind of I can reset the layout here. I still have some kind of cleanup that I have to do on the maps, and let's go through it. So what I did is I renamed some of the tags, and now I just have to go through every level and change the text there. So I was in the middle of trying to find all these kind of parts. So the tag is called Golden, and the background is that I do not want to have any kind of German names inside of the game anymore, and that's why I'm going through all these levels and sort out everything that's in German and make it into English. Yeah, that's pretty much everything, the whole story. So search again, and now we can immediately see that this tag is not here anymore. And if I would go into the tags, I could just remove this tag here, and the editor won't say anything about it. So let's go to the next scene. We are going to do this with every scene now, until we are done. And when we reach the test level, this will be the end of the stream actually. So let's search here. Okay, the game over stream, it doesn't have this tag at all anywhere. So the last thing that I'm going to look at, the next thing is this level, which is the human ending. If you become a human you get your own little background story in the end, where you can go around as a human. You were previously a vampire, and you're just spreading peace. That's everything that I can say about it. And I think that's really a nice ending if you're becoming a human again. Okay. So the intro shouldn't have this tag. It doesn't. Now the loading screen also shouldn't have this tag. Let's go to level 1. This should have this tag, and it has it a lot. Not sure if that's correct. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of platforms. Hey, maybe I can select everything and just say, please be ground. No, I can. That's a function that I would like to have. If I could just go in here, search for the tag, and can I open everything at once? No. Select? Yes, I can select them. Now I can just have to change the tag. So this should be really, really fast. I'm not sure why they have different layers though. Ooh. They should all be on the ground layer. This should be background. Yeah, the background should be in the background. Something that you just want to check, that you always give them the correct layers. You want to do some filtering later. So in this case, yeah, it's kind of bad that a lot of the background objects are not in the correct layer. That's a little bit unfortunate. But this is the first level, this is the oldest level also, so you have to do some cleanup. It's just normal. Okay, now let's just select all these, put them on the ground. Fortunately, there's still some background object that should not be on the ground layer. Also this one. This is effects. Okay, now gonna go to the next scene, clean it up again. Okay, there's one that should be in the background. The other two are actually ground. Accidentally mixed it up. Okay, thanks. Okay, let's do that again. Okay. Now let's put this into the background. Oh, this entrance, yeah. It's round. Okay. And it should be about 10 levels to go. About 10 levels. Okay, this is surprising. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised that this is tagged correctly. I didn't do this. And I see what these are. You can just put them all to the ground tag. It's nice. Okay, next one. Let's rename this to ground. This should be renamed to spikes. And this is actually a background. And in the wrong layer with the wrong tag. Okay, I need to select those. Okay, change the tag. And just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13 more. 13 more, okay. So this could still take a short while. But this is a really tedious task. Let's try to crank up this speed. Select all of these now. Get them on the correct layer and call it day. I don't want to change the layer, because these were a lot of objects and some of them were traps, and I'm not sure if how each of them work. So yeah, if it's working before, it's going to work now. This is always be true. Okay, let's set this up. A lot of names to change. These are grids. And let's select the rest. Oh, this name has to change. Okay, now let's select all of these and put them to the ground tag. Okay. And now we should get to the later levels. So more boss fight, meaning there should be less objects that we need to change. There's still a lot of name changes that I need to make. I'm not going through all of them, but what I see is what I will change. For example, not every unit game object is named correctly. This is just unacceptable. These are all correct. So let's name them to round. And move on happily. Okay, 3 more levels to go. No, yeah, no, 3 more. 3 more. So let's go on. So this is one of the later levels, and as I look through them, all of those look correct. So just have to change the tag here. Get to the last level, the last main level, and this should be it. So this is the last level where I should change anything. Let's still check for the main menu. There shouldn't be any tag inside of here. Okay, that's done. Test level, that's done. Okay, we're finished. So let's go one more time to tag and remove those both tags. So there was still one tag that, damn it. I knew something would come up. This one, I removed this tag. I need to find it in every level. Great. So this should be easy, but I need... If I don't do it now, I will forget it. Okay. Now, at least most levels don't use this tag at all. So I can skip through the levels very, very fast. This is just another name change where I changed from object to object. German name, English name. And then I have to clean it up the whole time. So yeah, sometimes it bothers me, sometimes it doesn't. Still, there will be a lot of bugs because I'm very convinced that I do not find everything. Okay. So far we didn't find this tag anywhere. Oh, there we go. There we go. I think these are not using the prefab. That is why they are on the wrong tag. So these are on the layer. Wait, this is the foreground. Okay. This here, they should all use the layer object and tag object. No, but in English. Okay, now I think we still have to objects. Okay, let's look again. We name this to foregrounds. Foreground castle. And this is not an object. This is a background actually. Well, it doesn't really matter if it's background or not, but if it's a foreground, background. Huh? Okay. So this is level 10. Let's go to level 11 for the tag. Good. Go through all the rest of the levels. Search for this tag. Okay, now let's look again at the text here. Now the old ground tag reappeared. That means that there still has to be an instance of it that uses the tag. So we have to search one more time, I guess. It's a little bit unfortunate, but looks like we overlooked one instance with this tag. Ah, there it is. And there was some grid that I overlooked. So if we change this tag, we should not have anything left that has this tag on it. No, this one. Well, this is the German name for ground, and we have to filter it out of every level. And it seems like we are through. Let's actually go to the text again and remove this tag here, because we don't want to have it inside. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I would say let's take a look at our substep to do list. We can get rid of this task here. Another task that took a lot of time. So next time it will be the time that we are finally only going to apply bloom effects. And yeah, that's pretty much everything that is left there. Let's look if we have anything on the big to-do list left there. No. Okay, that's pretty nice. So next time we are actually doing bloom effects. So far I would say yeah, very sorry that I did not only do bloom effects for the stream, so it took a little bit longer to clear all the bugs. But in the end, we did clear the bugs out, and they were a lot harder to find than I originally anticipated, because we had no trace. And the bug that we found in the end was nothing that we could have any idea about with what we got. And what we got was, yeah, there's a Unity window error, and finding out that it is a script that has not the correct name was very tedious and did cost us the first 3 hours, and after that we still did a lot of cleanup. But however, we have done a grayscale broom effect, and next time we're going to look at that again, maybe improve the shader and keep applying it to different objects. So far, thank everybody for tuning in so far, and have a very good night. I'm going to end the stream right now, and I wish you everybody have a beautiful rest of the day. Goodbye.